Yo, what's up, Dirtblock Man? Hello, Maven. Yeah, thank you, Pro Graps fan. What up, Philly? Kelp Kristen. Yo, what's up, Noel? Alright. GG on Plat PV, thank you. It was by 0.0, so you know it was huge. Huge gaming. But yeah, what up, Mace, Metagross? Thank you, Glizzy. How's it going, Ari Ben? What up, Bennett? Clutch, yeah, it was honestly like not that good of a plat. I mean, it was good, right? Obviously, but yeah, it just goes to show there's a lot of time left to save there.
Svegliati.
We just gotta play a little bit better everywhere.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo...
Hello, WP, what up, Saberwind, OctoKitty, Solo. You're just him, it's easy for you. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe today we get some even better runs. Okay, 45, not a bad start. Yo, what's up, RZ? Hello, Nemo. Thank you for the good luck, Chapel.
Link. Link.
Gotta warm up.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua
Yo, thank you,
tavoletta
Mitch.
sceicca.
I did do warm up like wind bombs, but there's like a difference between doing wind bombs and doing like BLSs. And mashing, I guess. Alright, but nope, I did not press the button. Really. Actually, let's reload that. Hey, what's up, Drew? Hello, Vesper. Why didn't that work? Thank you for the bit, Drew. Appreciate that. Gotta figure this one out, because I feel like it's been holding me back. Do I want to press the buttons at the same time? And that recently I have not been doing that? Or is it something else? Yo, it's a Vivette. Because it could be that. But I don't think you have to press scope on the like first frame that you start moving. Like that one, I felt like it would have worked if that was the case. Okay, this is good though. It means there is some issue that I'm trying to solve. Get right here, and then you go like that. No, that didn't work. Like that. Yo, the 55 streak, huge. See, that one's cool because it's a couple of 5s, and those are seemingly relevant. Have I caught up to my PB time yet? Very close. Yesterday I got a 23:06 and a 23:10. So, you know, not quite at PB, but you know, under 10 seconds off. Which could, you know, be saved in multiple different ways. Hey, what's up, Miguel? Hello, Burnt Toast. Thank you for the 6-month resub. Okay, I'm thinking maybe maybe I just needed to delay the scope press. Is that really the problem? I thought it... Okay. That'd be silly. But if it solves my problem, it doesn't really matter if it's silly. Oh, it definitely... Okay. I think we're looking pretty alright then. Because I've been having trouble getting, like, really solid bombs times because recently the scope clip has been a lot harder to do, like, first try quickly. And SOR clip has also been somewhat troublesome. So I'm not sure exactly what the issue is with SOR clip, but we'll figure it out. And then yeah, if I have figured out the scope clip at TOT, that would be nice. It's one of those things where it's like, you know, over time it like will work and then it stops working and you got to figure out what the small difference is between what you were doing before and what you're doing now. But yeah, I think we're good. Hey, what's up, Sieverts? Hello, Becca. Thank you, the 3 musty tears. Would I say I play better towards the end or in the beginning or middle? It really depends. Because there are days where I'll, like, start off, get, like, a PB paste run on the very first attempt, and then never get close to that time for the rest of the day. But then there are times where it's like, okay, I play poorly almost the entire stream, and then right at the end, I get, like, 2 or 3 attempts that are all PB paced. So it varies. I don't really know if I would say I generally play better at the end or not, because yeah, it's a mixed bag. Yo, it's Upsell. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah. No, I didn't gold a split. I was very close, though. I got my best castle, or my second best castle time, I think. I was maybe half a second off. And yeah, I feel like I've been getting way closer to some of the other golds as well. What are the biggest opportunities for time saves in the world record? I'm actually not too sure what stuff Moldy messes up. I think like plateau stuff. There's a couple of places you could save some time.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
But at the same time, it's still like a 1231 or 1232 plat. So certainly not easy. Ow. There. Yo, up, Blinky. Hello, Morbid. Bored and tired. Honeyweed. Tebow, thank you for the good luck. The OLED in Castle is actually making a difference. Oh, yeah, on the, like, loading of the bow plus Moblin. I have no idea. I think it is. I know for sure it's making a difference on, like, the slides on Plateau. It's just, like, it's hard to say. You'd need, like, a larger sample size, I think. And, like, actually tracking. But it does feel like I'm getting the Moblin and the bow loaded more frequently. The thing is, it's like, is that because I've also been trying to, like, change my camera while doing the wind bomb so that, normally I'd be looking kind of down with the camera, but now I've been trying to, like, do the wind bomb and then immediately pan my camera so that Zelda's room is in frame as long as possible. And it's like, does that help? Right? Because the game, wants to load things in on camera with the most priority, you would assume. So, like, maybe that makes a difference.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Is the OLED actually faster? So, the idea is that it's not. But in this case, the comparison we have is between a launch Switch that I bought 9 years ago and the OLED that I bought last year. So, the launch Switch, is homebrewed. But it is homebrew installed on... It's Cisnand, right? So it's not installed on the SD card, which means that it should have faster load times than if it were running off the SD card. In which case, like, it shouldn't make a difference, but it's also, like, a 9-year-old Switch. So, it's not necessarily that the OLED itself is faster than, like, a V2 brand new Switch. Switch is 9. Yeah. Breath of the Wild came out roughly 9 years ago. Like, within the next 3 weeks, I think.
Link.
Yeah.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Hope you're not feeling too old. Yeah, it's like, isn't it March? Wait. 3... March... It's early March. Is it March 5th or something? Because Breath of the Wild was the launch game for the Switch. we go. Did you repaste your OG Switch though? No, I haven't. You say buying a whole new Switch for a speedrun seems extreme, but it's also my job, right? Like I post one PB with the new Switch, and it's already made up the difference. Not to mention, like, having the OLED is useful for other things as well. If I want to test, like, load times and whatnot, I'll need to have that. Yeah, I can also write it off on my taxes. But, yeah, I've got, like, you know, 4 or 5 different Switches. And yeah, the idea is, like, you know, there was always a question of whether or not the OLED actually saves time or not, because obviously it's not supposed to, right? Based on specs and whatnot. But it's also like it's a different, well, slightly different set of hardware. So like there's a question, right? Is it actually the same? And so the guarantee here by buying the OLED is that I will have the fastest load times no matter what.
Ooh.
Yo, what's up, Caleb? Hello, Zach. What up, David? Yeah, I'm comparing my last completed run. But it looks so good. It was March 3rd. Okay, I wanted to say March 3rd, but I also, in my head, it was like, is it really the 3rd of the 3rd month? Like 3/3, 2017? That just doesn't seem right. Okay, not quite. Is your job situation considered a business for taxes? I mean, I'm self-employed. I haven't... Like, I do think some people, you know, make their own business or whatnot, but I haven't quite done that yet. I don't, like, hire anybody, so... You're maybe gonna get... Oh, get that animated? Yeah, maybe. I don't think it would be anytime soon. We'll see. Hey, what's up, man with the afro? Just because, like, you know, my brother's also busy with stuff, so. Mid 57, right? Right? Isn't that like... This would have been unheard of. Well, not quite. I think I did get a couple of, like, 57s on the V1, but it did not happen this, like, this frequently. Basically, every time I get a clean slide, it's at least a 58, if not a 57, and sometimes a 56. Which is just like, man, what was I doing before? And you would think, like, oh, you know, I'd be done handicapping myself, because I've done that way too often. But, you know, somehow we had to do it again. One more time. Yo, what's up, Skitty? Hello, far above the earth? What up, Theo? Paid chatter. Yeah, you're paid in channel plans. It's like a guaranteed $4.50 per day, plus a certain hourly rate, with little bonus packages mixed in. Work. Okay, 103 is decent. Yo, what's up, K? Do any top runners use Joy-Cons? Yes. ZDI actually uses Joy-Cons. I don't know. Let's see. I know ZDI uses Joy-Cons. And, you know, ZDI is one of the best Breath of the Wild speedrunners out there. So you can certainly do it. The other people I would point out would be like, I know Demon used Joy-Cons, but Demon hasn't run the game in a long time. I don't think he's done runs since BLSS. Yo, 11:11, isn't that so cool? What a cool time. I'm gonna commit channel points fraud from the IRS. I'm gonna go ahead and pretend I didn't read that. Whoa. You don't want to get in trouble with the IRS. They'll come after you for your small amount of high fives that you've fraudulently acquired. Nice. An offshore account. Oh man. What are you using, like a VPN or something? Oh yeah, Plat PB yesterday. So that was pretty cool. It was by 0.0, so it might not actually retime to a plat PB, but either way, still solid. How much slower is SCMB for plateau now? Let's see. Are we talking like played on a Switch 2? Or on a Switch 1? This is fast. Is BMCS still faster than BMSC? So the idea is that it's like... I think BMCS... Again, I don't remember what the exact timings were, but I think like BMCS is supposed to be a little bit faster, but you also make the run a lot harder because for the ideal... Ow. Ow. That was like a 15-second world mode. Like actually probably 5 seconds of world mode. Ow. Okay. But yeah, it's so much harder because you're doing a BTB that you need like the optimal angle to really get the most time save out of it. And yeah, the optimal, like, it's a low angle, essentially, BTB. Okay, we should probably be fine here. I just need to not be in the wall pose. Line of sight. Okay, I also need to make sure to... okay, we're good. Let's see, what do you think is harder, older Zelda speedrun tricks on challenges or new ones? Honestly, I have no idea. I think it heavily depends on what game and what tricks you're talking about. And I've never done speedruns of older Zelda games, so I don't know how they compare. Like, from my point of view, it looks like the older Zelda games have some pretty tough tricks. I would say tougher than anything I feel like there is in Breath of the Wild, but... You know, having never tried them, I don't know if that's true. Hey, what's up, Lathina? I've been... messing up the triples there. That one, I just wasn't in the right spot. Man of Fire. Man of Thunder. Meh. Okay, that was good. I got the perfect headshots on phase 1. Oh, no. What? Whatever. Okay, well, it is what it is. It was a really good Calamity up to that point. That probably would have been like a 23 2x. But like, I don't know, a 23 21 maybe. Well, it's a good warm-up, that's for sure. Yeah, I got the 10 headshots. I think I'm back in the groove with Calamity. I've like remembered that I do 5 shots with the bomb arrows before picking up the Claymore. Where before I was like getting myself mixed up. Was it frame glitch? No, I just messed up. It happens from time to time. Wait, how hard is it to time stamina management in the Blights fights? Because it looks like you have to be super precise. I would say it's not that difficult. Or like learning how to fight the Blights. Is difficult. But
Quella è una tavoletta Sheikah. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
once you've already like done it a few times, it's not too bad. It's kind of just knowing like when you need to jump cancel certain attacks and stuff like that. But yeah, like initially figuring out how to do it all in one go is tough. with perfect headshots, are you confident you can get 130s? I mean, it depends on, like... partially, like, that first attack, if you get the slow, you know, horizontal slash, then, you know, I think you lose, like, a second compared to the vertical swipe. So, it also depends somewhat on RNG. But I'm definitely more confident. Like, if I get instant laser plus perfect headshots, I should be able to do the spins well enough to get that. Because, like, perfect headshots means your spins don't have to be nearly as good. At the same time, yeah, it's still, like, tough, I would say. Yeah, I wouldn't expect to get a 130 every time. Even with the perfect headshots.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Okay. Yo, what's up, Dragon's Ox? Welcome in. How much faster is Blights plus Calamity with the new castle weapons compared to the old ones? I actually don't remember, but it's like significantly faster. And I think it's not just faster, it's also more consistent. Because Calamity with the old route required you to have a lot of arrows going in for like the fastest time. So like you could, from the crates, get 20 bomb arrows, right? That was a possibility. And if you got 20 bomb arrows, then I mean, what, phase 1 would be roughly as fast as phase 1 right now, I think. Like, I don't know that you... Is that true? I think it might be a little bit slower. Because, like, the Royal Guard's Claymore is pretty fast with the laser parry. At, like, dealing damage. But yeah, it's just a lot more consistent as well. So, like, in theory, I think Calamity's not that much faster.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
But,
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
but Blights is definitely faster. I would say Blights was, like, what? At least 10 seconds faster? I don't remember what my Blights gold was with the old route. I think I may have it, though. Right, do I have... That's good. Because I think in my golds playlist, I still have some of the old castle stuff. Or like the old route golds. Just because I think it's interesting to still have those somewhere. The thing is, you know, I was playing on physical back then. So also the load times are going to be a little different. So I would imagine, you know, you could improve my Blight's time from back then by quite a bit. I also... It was not as good a player as I am now, so... Just gotta see if I actually do have the thing.
Link.
Still, stasis, 16-inch arrow, Calamity Blights. I had a 309? Okay, yeah, so that's like 10 to 15 seconds, I would say. Ow. For Blights. Really gotta figure this out. And then Calamity, I had a 156. Okay, hold up. Was I just totally lying? I mean, I don't think I got a really good Calamity. At a 156? What do I have a 130 now? That's like 26 seconds. But the thing is, my Calamity gold is probably pretty trash from back in the day. Dude, he goes to the wall. I mean, honestly, yeah, maybe Calamity does just save quite a bit. Let's just say Blights and Calamity is probably like 30 seconds faster with the new weapons. How did the laser parries fail in my warp up? Oh, I mean, I just missed the timing. So the first one, I like crouched a little too early. And so the laser didn't hit Link's shield at all. So like I did the laser or the parry input and then I crouch canceled it. But I crouched before the laser even hit my shield. So
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
yeah, that was bad. But then the second laser, I was like a frame late, I think. So instead of parrying the laser, I parried the explosion of the laser, I think is how it works. But it's one of those, I think you only have one frame to to parry, have it not kill you, but still like, you know, parry the explosion. I don't know, it's weird. See. Thank you, Joey. Yo, what's up, Grenade Boy? How am I feeling with runs today? Feeling pretty confident. I think yesterday was really good. Today could be even better. I mean, I started off with like a warm-up run that could have been maybe like 22-ish seconds off of PB. Let it be known that I'd rather be in bed. Oh man. Good luck.
Svegliati.
I bet that's what Link is thinking.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Yeah, parrying the like explosion of the laser, it's weird. I mean, honestly, I don't really get how it works or like why it happens, but you parry, and I think it's that you're a frame late. Because a frame early wouldn't make sense, right? You would just die. But a frame late, yeah, I don't know why it doesn't kill you or break your shield. Because you don't die. You just take 1 damage from the explosion. Someone going to bed? No, I think it's quite the opposite. Hey, what's up, Weston? Ow. Ow.
Link,
That was bad.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Yeah, still 1.6. I'll take it. There we go, 227. That's not gonna work. I didn't turn enough. I mean, the rune animation, I don't think is to mask a loading screen. Or any, like, loading. I think it's just, like... they wanted it to be more impactful, I guess. Like, ooh. Old drip. That's still, like, not... Yo, what's up, chicken? It was a 1231. Minus 0.0 on my best split time. So I wouldn't say it was huge. But, you know, it's still a good sign. How does the instant ragdoll cancel work? So, it kind of depends, right? There are multiple ways to get a ragdoll cancel. The one that happens here in bombs usually is, like, if you get the perfect whip bomb, then Link will pass through this invisible wall. If you look, right, I can't jump over this thing. And that's because there's an invisible wall here. And so when Link passes through that wall, sometimes he will get, like, snapped back and immediately exit ragdoll. It's just like the game realizing he's not supposed to be moving through the wall, so it kind of, like, brings him back. Shoot arrow at Monk. All right. I can do that. The other way that it happens is essentially while you're ragdolling, if you spend enough time in the air, Link will automatically exit ragdoll state. And so sometimes you'll like bounce in a certain way. So like right there, if I had bounced a little bit higher, there was a chance I would, you know, exit ragdoll immediately without having to wait. Yo, it's a Patoka. Oh yeah, it's the Great Plateau. So basically, I got the best kind of first half of the run that I've ever gotten yesterday. And then I messed up later, so it didn't PB, but it's still like pretty close. Hey, what's up, Barfy? Hello, Nailer. What up, good scatter? Feeling sub 23 today. I think there's a chance we could do it. Thank you, Marissa. Yeah, that run was it was a good sign, you know. I wasn't on pace for a PB, so it's fine. We'll get a better one soon. Does shouting "I'm a gamer" while doing the bombs win bomb make it more consistent? I mean, I've only ever seen Limcube do it the one time, and he hit it, so maybe. I've never tried it myself. Have I? I don't think I have.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
I'm keeping it as like a last resort if I really need to clutch up. Yeah, Miguel. Thank you, Sintomik. What up, Hydro? Ow. Wait, what compelled you to type reset in the chat box? I'm curious. Oh, you want me to reset? I can reset this one. Don't worry. Oh wait, maybe that run wasn't to your liking. I'll reset it too. This one is it? Nah, I'm not feeling it. Was my PB on plat? With amiibo scans from yesterday, it was 1231. But yeah, it can be faster for sure. You just gotta do a little bit better. It's just like I don't know. Like what is the purpose of typing reset in the chat box? Like I will reset when I want to. It's kind of how it works.
Svegliati.
Hey, what's up, Bamko?
Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta scelta.
Just reminding me to reset. That is very nice.
Ti guiderà
Thank
dopo
you.
il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
I needed the reminder. Oh, huge gaming. Did he just forget to reset? Oh yeah, that'd be terrible. Ads are way shorter when you have premium.
Link. 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 Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Don't worry, Mace, I got you. It's been too long since I PB'd any percent anyway, so I gotta do it so I can go get some like Shake Shack or something. You know, just a little something. That should be fine. Okay. I don't know what that was. No, the voice language actually saves like 1 second. It is 1 full second in the Dark Beast fight. Like at the very end, essentially there's no like text that you have to advance in Dark Beast. It's all voice acting. And so yeah, Italian and honestly English as well. English has a pretty fast Dark Beast fight because at the very end, between the like belly weak point appearing and the final eye opening, Italian and English are about 1 second faster. So it's like more than you would expect because it's nearly a full second.
Svegliati.
Do you need to pick the torch back up to line up skew and clips? It helps. You don't need to, But you do need the torch for the fall damage cancel at the
Quella è
end
una
of the run.
tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
But yeah, technically you don't need the torch for anything other than the fall damage cancels. But it's just like easier to do all of the lineups when you can use throw aim. Are we? Yeah, we're on the upper edge. That's all right. Is ESC worth it for cryo at like a sub 28 level? I think at this point, like most people would say that you should just go for the ESC. For cryo, because it's not really that difficult. It's just it can be kind of annoying because you have to get the right frame. But the right frame, it's 30 FPS, so like it shouldn't be that difficult to do. And it is faster than the normal clip. But yeah, I would say like a big thing is that a lot of people are not very good at doing the normal clip setup. Because I think the normal clip setup should be 100% consistent, right? Without any timing required, where the ESC itself, like you need to get the right frame. So every time you fail to get the right frame, you're losing a couple of seconds.
Svegliati.
But realistically, a lot of people, when they do that normal clip setup, are gonna mess up, you know, one thing or another, and then
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
you know they just don't have like the
Ti
right visual
guiderà dopo il
cues
risveglio dal tuo lungo...
to use, stuff like that. So yeah, at this point, I would say everyone should just do the ESC into cryo. People used to struggle with the castle BTB, which is a 1 in 15. Well, I mean, it's 30 FPS, so while technically you could make it to castle if you were a frame early on the bullet time entry, I would say most people tried to get the frame perfect bullet time entry, which is a 1 in 30. Like, yeah, most people, if they got one frame early on the bullet time entry, they would just reload and try again, because you don't have as much speed. But nowadays we know that actually if you get one frame early on the bullet time entry, then as long as you preserve your stamina by like opening and closing glider over and over, you can actually make it all the way to castle. It's just a little bit harder to do. I don't think you lose that much time either. Wahoo! MZ, thank you for the raid. How is Subnautica? Scary? No way. I never would have guessed.
Svegliati.
Did you know Subnautica has a land? I did not. I actually don't really know much about it, other than
Quella è una
it's
tavoletta
scary.
sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Well, yeah, the early frame brought you to castle. But yeah, I think most people on a PB paced run did not like being, you know, one wind bomb away. Right, you're still losing time. And yeah, I don't think it was expressly known that you could pump the glider and make it literally all the way to castle until later. At least when I was learning, I didn't know that until I like figured it out myself. And like I remember like Noman mentioning it as well, and like we timed it. It was like actually not that bad, but this was like with the new castle route. So like is force closing the game faster than going back in the main menu? No. So going back in the main menu is faster, but essentially if you return to title screen, then you're preloading assets in the game.
Svegliati.
I swear the first new castle route world record runs, the Great Plateau times were atrocious. Well, excuse you.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
I got like a
Ti
13
guiderà
plat
dopo
in
il
the first
risveglio dal
one,
tuo
missed Castle BTB twice, and then still got world record. It was like a really good plateau. I just failed the BTB twice. Lost like 50 seconds and then it still clutched it. And like, yeah, obviously when you reroute the run and get like a bunch of time save later, you don't need like a godly plateau time. Yo, it's MTK. Olive. Yeah, SOR has been behaving more, I think. We got the A. Yo, what's up, Petite? Oh, but yeah, to finish the explanation, basically, if you return to title screen, instead of closing out the game, then you've preloaded some assets. And so the next time you start a run, your load times for the first few segments are going to be, like, faster.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della
So,
tua
for
tavoletta
instance,
sceicca.
when I do this BLSS over to the bomb shrine... What? What's wrong? No shield surf? Whatever, man. Okay, so on this BLSS right here, you're gonna notice I get a world load, right? If you were to return to title screen, it's like pretty consistent that you can do this without getting a world load. So you save, you know, a small amount of time. But then like this load into the shrine is also gonna be faster. So it ends up being the case that, you know, you save time by doing something before the run has started. And so instead, if you close out the game entirely, then it will have more consistent load times at the beginning. So the community voted that it would be kind of lame if you had to like play through the game a certain amount before resetting to get a faster run, right? Because that's like prep time. You're doing something outside of playing the game or like starting a new game. that affects your time, which, at least in my opinion, it doesn't really make much sense for a speedrun. It should be like you boot up the game and then you can get a world record, but that's why we have to like close out the game every time. Yeah, I mean, Rosin and Skiddo are pretty good. I mean, like, Skiddo had a 1347 way back before anyone else had a 13. And then Majestic also got some really good plat times. Not to brag or anything, but I had the best old plat by the end.
Ooh.
Hey, what's up, Deep Deep? What? Oh. Okay, I guess I'll pick that up. You prefer this to preloads then? Yeah. I mean, like, from my point of view, preloading makes it so that every reset, you have to make sure you, like, optimally preload, right? That you play enough of the game to the point where you're now getting optimal load times for the next run that you do. So, from my point of view, it makes the reset process worse, right? Because you would have to play through a certain amount, go preload certain parts of the run before you start a new game. It's also just like, yeah, just the idea of it I'm against. Preloading things, because that's not something that's like part of the speedrun itself. Hey, what's it, Howard? How consistent is Canal these days? Well, the monk angle, I'm not very consistent with. Trying to get, like, the wind bomb where you don't die, but land right next to the monk. You know, I hit it, but not, like, all the time or anything. Ow. Yeah, I would say it's still a pretty big reset point. Ow. Which runner do you think has kept up with this game's any percent the most? Which runner do you think has done that? What's up, Tapir? You give it up for day 19. What up, Teabag? This might be fine. It's cutting it a little close, though. No, we're good. Yeah, we're good. 103. Wasted 150 red Snapdragon. Oh, yeah. It's interesting. I don't think there's a blue snowdrop, right? Or am I wrong? Because I think what was it? Maybe I checked the goal thing. Well, I certainly hope there isn't a blue snowdrop, because I don't think I have any. Yo, what's up, Leo? Why is the fourth letter an R in February, but it's not in January? These are the hard-hitting questions. I was not in the room when they discussed it. Yeah, 110. Are you allowed to upload a plat PB? Oh, if you're running 90%? Yeah, most people do that. Honestly, like, Great Plateau any percent, it kind of is supposed to be, like, just the first half of an any percent speedrun, right? As, like, it's a good milestone. It's also, like, the first part of basically any speedrun of this game, but, you know, more specifically, other categories do, you know, a couple extra things on plateau, so it's only truly a great plateau any percent run if you're doing full any percent. And even then, there's also like, if you scan amiibo, right? If you're running the amiibo any percent category, you can still submit that to the leaderboard with the amiibo filter. So yeah, it's totally allowed. Ow. No! Link. Link! Okay, I was gonna continue that. But if you're gonna act like that, I think you need a timeout. That's crazy. The double... Like, alright, buddy. If you don't want to cooperate, that's fine. I got a first try clip into the gate as well. That was kind of slick. Is the language not technically slower for GP? Oh, yeah, technically French voice acting, I think, would be slightly faster for Great Plateau any percent. But at that point, we're talking about, you know, probably frames.
Svegliati.
Oh my goodness. Be careful.
Svegliati.
I remember my brother having an incident with trying to get the pit out of an avocado.
Quella è una tavoletta
And
scelta.
after that point, he started using, I think, a butter
Ti
knife.
guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Although by this point, I don't know, he probably has gotten over it. How many seconds of time loss can you accept before deciding to reset? It really depends. I think a lot of the time, if I... Well, let's see. If I lose... maybe like 5 seconds to PB in a single segment, that's where I'm thinking, okay, I probably won't be able to PB this.
Link.
But I don't necessarily stop the run at that point,
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla
because
mappa
I do
della
think
tua
it's good
tavoletta
practice to,
scelta.
like, continue runs. Within reason, of course. But, yeah, it just helps you practice other parts of the speedrun. And the run is short enough that, like, it's not inefficient, necessarily, to do that. But yeah, generally what I do is if I mess up a trick, like entirely, then I reset. So if I miss like gamer win bomb, right? Then I will reset. But if I hit it and I've lost a couple of seconds on miscellaneous other things, then that's fine, I can continue. That'll do. Safe. Okay. There we go. You gotta near perfect rare Telos RNG 10 minutes in. Oh my, that sounds pretty bad. Why gamer win bomb? Oh, yeah, basically because it's a difficult win bomb. And you're a gamer if you go for it. A lot of tricks used to be called like gamer this, gamer that. I think nowadays it's kind of toned down a little bit. Gamer reset, yeah. Okay, I do need... Oh, okay, we're cooked. That was really bad. I like got all the fish I needed, and then one of the fish was just like really hard to pick up. Okay, 148. I mean, we're still probably fine if I do everything well. Yeah, I think there was a point where, like, we were calling... There's Canal Wind Bomb, right? And it's called Canal because you're doing the wind bomb from the, like, the waterway down below in Magnesis. But then there is, you know, the initial launch angle, which lands up top, and then there's the one that lands by the monk, which I always call, like, monk angle. But yeah, people used to call it, like, gamer canal as well. There was gamer Boko shield, which is where you got the Boko shield in a slightly more efficient, like, faster way. There's honestly, like, that's a really cool strat that we don't really use anymore with DLSS. We do use it in the 1.8 speedrun, so, like, it's still there. It's still good, but yeah, the DLSS route just cuts it out. I think there was like gamer windlight skip or something. I don't remember. felt like there were a lot. There we go, 112, that's fine. Dude. That could have been a gold if I got the ragdoll cancel. Wouldn't that have been hype? What? Okay, that's a new one. Oh, Link. Link, 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 Link. How do I get a scope input? Even I'm impressed. It's like opening Pandora's box. It does invite all of the mistakes. I mean, yeah, it's like once you do one thing wrong, it's no longer so much your muscle memory and more like, oh, you gotta fix it. So right there, the reason it was so awkward, like I scoped, which dropped the bomb, so I needed to reset up the LSS. But then when I picked up the bomb to stop it from rolling away, I tried to like put it down and then hold out the shield, right? Because for the BLSS setup, you need to have the shield held out before you pick the bomb up. But after placing the bomb down, if you're holding ZL while doing that, Link will not hold out the shield. So you have to like not hold ZL until after you've placed the bomb on the ground and Link has like, you know, finished his animation for doing that. So it's like, it is kind of awkward. But that's alright. Can it be another person's child? Whoa. Wait. What are we talking about? I thought you guys were talking about, like, making the guac. What sin are you committing? Hey, what's up, Brentis? Streaming for 96 minutes, how many attempts is that? I don't know, probably like... I mean, it really depends on, like, how far each attempt goes. Because if I reset at the Shrine of Resurrection clip, which is like a minute into the run, that's a lot
Svegliati.
different from resetting at Castle, which is like 13 minutes in. So today I've probably done like maybe 20 attempts
Quella è una
so far.
tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Maybe more, maybe less. But 20 seems like a decent estimate. How long do I spend practicing? So typically I'll like do maybe 30 or 40 minutes of practice before I start on like a good day. But I also, like, while doing runs, I'm practicing every part of the run if I, you know, complete an attempt, right? Even if it's not a PB, every single attempt I do is like more practice. So it's not like
Link.
I do that much practice
Dirigiti al
of
luogo
like individual
segnato sulla mappa
segments,
della
but I
tua
end up
tavoletta
practicing a lot
sceicca.
just because I play the game a lot. Yo, what's up, Game Dev? Whoa, that was weird. Hey, what's up, G-Wizza? Hello, Brett. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Do I need to rethink whether or not speedrunning Breath of the Wild is acceptable? Or are we the bad guys? I mean, technically, weren't the monsters spawned in by Calamity? So they invaded our land, if anything. Classic victim blaming? Oh no. Is this it? Am I canceled? They took it fair and square.
Ooh.
I don't know about that though. I feel like they, you know, a Calamity committed some atrocities. I don't think they're without blame. Maybe those individual bokoblins are, but can we say that taking land by force, the way Calamity did it, is fair and square? I feel like by today's standards, you would not say the same thing. How many other Zelda games do I speedrun? Currently only one. The other game I speedrun is Tears of the Kingdom. But I'm planning on learning all of the different 3D Zelda games. So that'd be like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword. Once I get a time I'm happy with in this run. Good evening, Ineptitudinous. Thank you for the congrats. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about runs recently. Maybe the Bokos are the babies and the Moblins are the adults. I think they just get spawned in. I don't know. I don't think they have babies. Right? Calamity just spawns them in. Do they even die? If they do die, they just come back, right? The Blood Moon. We gotta ask Hilton. I feel like he probably knows more. How many switches do I have? I have like 4 or 5, I think. But realistically, I only need like 2 of them. Well, okay, if you count the Switch 2, then I think 3 of them are useful, and the rest are like, you know, potentially useful. But I only really use 3 of them. Oh my goodness, I'm sad that got hidden by the YouTube filter. Kilton, where do Boko babies come from? Ooh, that's not a conversation I think I want to have, actually. Yeah, I'll actually pass. No, no. Why didn't that work? Oh, come on. That's unfortunate. Five switches, you must be a millionaire. Yeah, you're right. It's true, it's true. If we do the math, I think 5 times the cost of a Switch is roughly $1 million. One Switch for each finger? Wait a second. Do I need to buy 5 more? Oh? Oh? Huh? What was that? Huh? Okay, that one makes sense. I understand why that one failed. Let's try this again. You have 5, 6 if you count the lights. Yeah, I think my family at this point has what? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Well, okay. If we're counting Switch 2s as well, then add 2 to the count. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then my brother has an OLED, but he lives with his girlfriend, so yeah, that's 5 regular Switches. But you know, I'm the 5th child, so we kind of have one for each of us, in a way. It just, I have I have like 4 of them, and they don't really get used by other people. But if you like average it out, it's not even that excessive, right? Yeah, I am hogging them all, but look, I'm the one who's using them to make money, so I think it's fair. And Switch 2, you're not bothered by it being overpriced? Let's see, how do I answer this? Not really. I mean, it's like within my means. Would it be cool if everything costs like, or costed more reasonable prices by most people's standards? Yeah, but you know, the price of like everything has gone up, and what, it's like $450 for the Switch 2.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
And the whole like, I don't know, discussion about game prices going up, it's like, you know, it'd be nice if they could sell games for the same
Quella è
price
una tavoletta sceicca.
forever, but
Ti guiderà
realistically,
dopo il risveglio dal tuo
inflation happens and they'll raise the prices. If anything, you know, the games were pretty amazing value before, and they still are in a lot of cases. Probably paid $2K plus for 5 Switches. Yeah, I mean, like, when I bought the Switch 2, right, I did one speedrun on it and then made my money back. So, like, in my case, it's a little bit different. Because, yeah, I think the Switch 2 world record that I got was, I think, like, nearly 300,000 views or so. But, you know, the average person buying a Switch 2 is not gonna make content out of it and then have it pay itself off. You do that by working some other job. It just so happens that these consoles make me money. But Nintendo is also reselling old games at a higher price. There's no excuse. Look, if you want to be mad at Nintendo, that's fine. I don't blame you. But, you know,
Svegliati.
I guess this is not quite the place to
Svegliati.
bring that discussion.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Wait, that's crazy. Just... Holy. Somebody just tried to ask for... for like a code for Breath of the Wild's DLC. And they gave their like... Was that Instagram handle? Like, please DM me a code. It got auto-modded though. Ah, shit. Wait, they say you miss 100% of the shots you don't take? There we go.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Yeah, it's a judge. Who's my favorite Zelda character? Link, I guess. I don't know. I've never really thought about it. There's like, I thought Wind Waker Ganondorf was pretty cool. There's a lot of reoccurring characters, right? But I don't know. Beetle's amusing, but like wouldn't be my favorite character. Tingle's also amusing, but it's probably just Link, if I had to guess. Oh no, Ragdoll cancel. He's got high markup on arrows. Dang. Actually, how much do the arrows even cost? I feel like in Breath of the Wild, I was never really short on cash. It was mostly just like annoying that I had to, when I ran out of arrows, like visit every single stable to try and buy some from Beetle.
Ooh.
The ranch girl, her name starts with an M, right? Please. Oh, thank you. Okay, we're good. No! Okay, I'm not gonna continue that. Look, I would have if it was any other arrow type. But bomb arrow specifically is actually awkward because if I get to Calamity and I don't have the arrow text box, then it makes like turning the camera and shooting Calamity immediately much harder to do. So, or like it makes it harder. So I'm just gonna restart. Yo, what's up, Bob? Hello, Youngtus. They're usually 5 rupees a piece, but Beetle sells them for 6. Ah, they're 1 rupee more expensive? Interesting.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
I mean, the difference between 5 and 6 rupees, it'll add up.
Quella è una
Percentage-wise, that's
tavoletta
pretty big.
scelta. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
What about the mask dealer from Majora's Mask? I'm trying to think, is there like another character that... it's probably just Link. Ow. Oh, that's not gonna work. I feel like... Oh, let's see. If there was gonna be another character, maybe I would give it to Makar, you know, from Wind Waker. Personally, I think the little guy is pretty cute. Also, he plays the I mean, he plays the violin like a, or the fiddle or whatever, like a cello. And I used to play the cello, so Makar's my goat. What about giving Link a voice? I think at this point,
Svegliati.
I don't know. It would feel weird. I think it's fine to keep him the silent protagonist.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Although it's gonna be awkward when the live action movie comes out. I think he'll talk in the movie, but only in the ending. Okay, this is related, but do you guys remember there was like a Pokemon movie where Pikachu talks? I want to say it was the Marshadow one. Oh god. Why did they do that? Anyway, I hope it's not something like that with the Zelda movie, because that was off-putting. Ooh, there.
Link.
Detective Pikachu, not Marshadow? Was it not?
Dirigiti al luogo
It wasn't
segnato
Detective
sulla mappa
Pikachu,
della
because
tua
Detective
tavoletta
Pikachu...
sceicca.
Well, okay. I mean, Pikachu talks in that, but... but I'm like, talking about, there was one movie where Pikachu at the end of the film, in like the emotional... like the climax of the film, says something to Ash. I didn't watch the movie itself, so I don't really know the context. Is the Pikachu I Choose You movie? Which, I mean, I think I watched the Pokemon movies up until... there was the one with Mew and the Reggies. I think that may have been the last one. Either that or Darkrai, whichever one came later. Oh, I absolutely would recommend. Okay, so was this like last year? Yeah, I did like a Pokemon movie rewatch of the first like 4 or 5, I think. And then we stopped. But like the first 4 at least are amazing to go and like rewatch. I would definitely recommend. It's a good time. You know, as they go, they start making Meowth a little bit more politically correct, so you lose a bit of the charm. But yeah, I also like, I didn't watch all of the Pokemon films, so I don't have as much of a connection to the later ones. Oh, it was a 12:31, so it was like barely a PB. There's a chance that it retimes to not a PB because it was minus 0.0, but either way, it's like a good sign. Okay, we're good. Meowth was politically incorrect. I don't think I would actually go that far, but there were definitely jokes that they would not write these days. And you could tell, like, Meowth said some unhinged things in the first couple. You finally shaved? Are you talking about me? Just means you're playing better and better. Yeah, exactly, yeah. We're doing well. I mean, honestly, the switch to OLED has been pretty big because it's just like yeah, if I had been on the OLED all this time, I feel like I'm I'm very sure I would have gotten a PB in like the first month of doing runs. But you know, now we gotta build back up some of that consistency with the wind bombs that I don't have right now. And it's not like I haven't been practicing them, it's just I think I was super diligent about practicing the wind bombs in the first like couple weeks of coming back to it. And then I wasn't seeing as much progress as I had liked, and I kind of lost some of that motivation. But now that it's like, okay, well, there was actually an issue that I've solved, you know, I feel much better about runs.
Svegliati.
It's just like, I think my consistency with, say, Canal Wind Bomb, right, was actually really high in the first couple of weeks. And I'm still practicing it,
Quella è
but,
una tavoletta
you know,
shaker.
it's proving to be harder than I thought.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Does the OLED just feel better? It's not like the OLED itself has no difference in like video quality, right? If you're not playing handheld, I think it's docked. It's like the same thing. So it's not that, you know, it feels that different. It's just like I can tell that my load times are faster in certain cases. Which, yeah, that does feel better. And again, the disclaimer here is that it's not necessarily that the OLED itself is faster because of, you know, the hardware or whatever that it uses. It could also just be wear and tear for my old Switch One. Hey, what's up, Skid? Appreciate the good luck. It's a gamer console, yeah. It's a new strat. You pay like $350 and then...
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della
Oh
tua
man, it's kind of messed
tavoletta
up.
sceicca.
You'd probably have to pay like at least $400, maybe more. You like this, and then you clip in. I think so. I mean, I've been getting like loaded Moblin plus bow. I think more frequently. But I've also tried like changing, you know, small things as well, like wind bombing from further right on the hallway, or like trying to point my camera towards Craig as early as I can. Stuff like that. So it's like, I don't know how much of this is the OLED itself. And yeah, I'm not like keeping track of every run that gets to castle, whether or not I get loaded everything or not. So I don't have like actual numbers.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Hey, what's up, Integral? A game in French because fast.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
What up, Mucko? Kind of a 44. Oh, thank you, Laba. I'll try my best. Hey, what's up, Kellen? Yoink.
Link. 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 Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Ow. Okay, I feel like I've been resetting too much recently. I gotta get out of the first couple splits, so we will continue this even though I lost quite a bit of time. The hardest part of the run, I would say, is the first, like, 2 splits. Being able to get out of... Well, let's see. I would say, like, bombs is probably the hardest split. And then mag is... the most inconsistent split. Just because it, you know, it has amiibo scan, so it is purely RNG. Right after you complete bombs, whether or not the run can continue on a good pace. So yeah, like, getting out of the first 2 splits on good pace is very difficult to do. And then from there, it's like the slide to stasis is fairly consistent. The wind bomb in stasis is not bad. Cryo has, like, the wind bomb up the cliff, which is not super easy, but it's also, I would say, not that bad. As long as your muscle memory is working properly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's also like if you were to do like cryo as your first split, you know, it wouldn't be that difficult to do. It's just because it's kind of so far into the run that's what makes it annoying. Bang! The 55 streak of legend. How much time does each subsequent scan lose? I don't think it's that much. It really depends. I would say each scan probably loses you 3 or 4 seconds, maybe. But it's also like, you know, do you get fish that you've already picked up, or do you need to pick up a new like item text box? Because each item text box is like 2 seconds. So you could have a situation where where you get 2 amiibo scans, and it's faster than a single amiibo scan. Because, like, if your one amiibo scan has, like, Hyrule Bass, 2 Porgies, and 1 Carp, right? Technically, that's enough fish for the whole run, but, like, you have 2 extra text boxes compared to a scan where you have, like, 4 Mighty Carp. So, yeah, it kind of depends. But that's why I can vary place so much. Ow. 113. Let's see. Does your capture card also output a steady low frequency when idle? It's never actually silent. I've seen that show up on some streams as well. I don't think so. I think I used to have there's like a point where I had plugged in a capture card and then there wouldn't be like any actual audio leaking through, but like the visualizer did have something. But I think it was I was like testing out a different capture card, so my current one doesn't do that. Yeah, I am using a cam link. I mean, what capture card do you have? All right, see you, Miguel. That'll do. Oh, that'll not do. Avermedia. I mean, I want to say the one where I had that issue was in Avermedia, but I don't remember what the solution was. Because I think I did like solve it. I had looked up the problem and found somebody who knew what to do. But yeah, I can't really remember what it was.
Ooh.
You think you scrambled? You know, if you put if you put on a sweater, you won't be cold anymore. I don't really put on sweaters, so. News to me. Do you own sweaters? I think we have a few, yeah. Dude, Glubbers had like this Majora's Mask sweater that he wore at Zeldathon. I thought it looked pretty good. $130. Yeah, 156 is actually fine. Really? So that's it. The world load right as I jump. All right. Well, that's fine. There's no way that works, right? I'm way too far behind the spot. Unless you do amiibo scans in castle while sneak striking. You could do the amiibo scans after killing the first moblin, but the problem is, well, it doesn't really save you time. And also, any of the time you would save, you're gonna lose. Because, oh jeez. I really gotta work on my triple hits there. You're scanning so late into the run that the number of attempts that get to that point and then die because you don't get the right fish is just gonna be, it's gonna happen a lot, right? So you're gonna lose so much to inefficient resets. Yeah, it's not worth it at all. No choke, but yeah, I'll reveal my secret a little bit earlier. We're actually not on PBJs. I was comparing to a different run. In a mission, get it? I get it. He wants it, Buffalo.
pervaso da un rancore maligno. In questo stato è invulnerabile a qualsiasi attacco. Tenterò di contrastare questo rancore maligno, ma non resisterò a lui. Tu colpisci dove brilla. Buona fortuna, Link.
shabby. We'll take the GGs. Thank you very much. Yeah, 23:35. That's all right. Gotta make sure to fix my lights. What happened in Calamity? I feel like it was not fantastic. I guess like phase 1 I got the wrong attack, got the slowest attack, and then Calamity also walked kind of away from me a little bit, so I missed a couple of the headshots. But otherwise, it wasn't too bad. Well, we go again. All right, see a glitcher. Oh my goodness, David, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate that. It's time. You know, that was a good warm-up, but the real run starts now. Where can you see the new plat PB? It would be yesterday's stream. I don't remember where in the VOD it would be, but all of the live streams are like they're up. I'm not gonna, well, I guess I could upload that to the VODs channel separately, but it was by such a small amount, it doesn't really matter. What's the best first attack? It's the big axe vertical chop. That one is the fastest because basically all of the attacks take a different amount of time to allow Link to flurry rush. And so vertical chop is a faster move than like big horizontal swing. So you can get the flurry rush off a little bit sooner. And then it's also, I don't know, I feel like the side hop version of the quick rush is really fast. But I don't know if it's actually faster than the backflip version. Alright, solid 43. Yeah, Oz. I'm full-time. You thought that one was slow? Yeah, it's, so the big horizontal swing, that one is pretty slow. It loses like a second. And then all of the like small hand attacks are roughly the same, I think. Where they're a little bit slower than the, yeah, it's kind of just an in-between. They probably lose like half a second, maybe.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceika.
That could have been pretty good. Is a human BTT 21 possible? Look up Breath of the Wild BTT V2. And you should find one. That's a 2120. If you don't, then add Surprised Pika to the search because it's on their channel. But yeah, there's already been a BTT that's, you know, a 21-minute time. Yeah, it's from, basically that uses the BLSS route. So the previous one was with the BTB route, which is quite a bit slower. Let's see, if someone else wanted to get into content creation and streaming and all that, what would I tell them? I mean, my advice would be to do it if you have the passion
Svegliati.
for it and, like, you know that it's not
Svegliati.
a viable career choice for most people, that, like, there's a lot of luck involved. So, you know, do it as a hobby, and if you ever get to the point where
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
you're successful enough with it, then,
Ti
you know,
guiderà
from
dopo
that
il
point you can
risveglio
choose
dal
whether or
tuo-
not you want to try and make it your full-time gig. But yeah, like for me, you know, I started speedrunning and streaming just because I thought it was fun. And then I happened to, you know, get an audience because there were enough people who were interested in, like, Breath of the Wild speedrunning, and, you know, I happened to be the world record holder at a time where a lot of people were watching Breath of the Wild speedrunning. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of luck involved. And even then, like, you know, I don't make that much money. But I am, like, one of the more successful. I'm, like, in the top, you know, percentage of people who stream and whatnot. I think if you look at, like, Twitch metrics, I'm, like, in the top 0.1% of streamers. Like, you know, the difference between me and somebody averaging, like, thousands of viewers is going to be quite large.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
Yo, it's a Brachia. What was my experience starting out? Okay, well, basically what happened was COVID hit, lockdown starts. I'm thinking, okay, I don't want to play Smash online. That was, like, my main hobby before Breath of the Wild speedrunning. But, you know, playing Smash online is a lot. It's a miserable experience compared to playing offline with friends at, like, tournaments and whatnot. So I was like, okay, I gotta find a new hobby. Let me try speedrunning Breath of the Wild, because the speedrun looks sick. There's a tutorial out there. And then from that point on, you know, it's the summer of 2020, and I just keep on doing it because, like, oh, I find it pretty fun. I'm progressing pretty quickly. And all of a sudden, I'm actually at the point where I'm good enough to potentially get world record. And at this point, I'm not streaming at all, right? All of my runs I'm doing like offline, just kind of on my own time. But then there's like a new castle route that's figured out that's quite a bit faster, and so I happen to be the first person to pull off a run that was faster than any of the old route times. And then from there, I just kind of kept on doing runs until I kind of established myself as one of the best Breath of the Wild speedrunners out there. But yeah, I didn't like start streaming until maybe a year after I started speedrunning. So I was like already world record holder by the time I started streaming. So for me, like, the experience is quite different from somebody starting from scratch. Yeah, it's like, if I were to give advice on like how to start streaming and whatnot, it's like, well, if you want to do what I did, then get world record in a semi-popular speedrun. That's step number one. Yo, what up, Moist? Thank you for the good luck. Step one, be the best. Step two. Yeah, the thing is, it's like, it's not even just be the best. It's like, be the best at something that, you know, has a decent amount of viewership. And then I guess build up a reputation for being the best at that thing. Because, like, you know, nowadays, I don't have the world record for Breath of the Wild any percent. But, like, because I had it for, you know, so long and I kept on getting world record, people now associate me with being, like, the Breath of the Wild guy. Yeah, and it's not like, you know, I was the only person to have gotten world record in Breath of the Wild any percent multiple times in a row. Right, there were people before me who, you know, saw some increase in viewership and whatnot, but not to the same degree as what I ended up with. Which I would chalk up to being, like, you know, right place at the right time, as well as probably also some of it is consistency. That, like, you know, some of the other, like, world record holders wouldn't necessarily stream on a consistent schedule, where I would, like, pretty consistently stream at a certain time for a few hours per day. No, this is not compared to PB. This is compared to latest run. It would be impossible to be 15 seconds ahead of my PB out of Magnus's. I mean, technically not, right? If you were to pull BTT segments, but if we're being realistic. My sum of best. For the first two splits is probably like a 6:30 something. And the best time I've ever gotten is like a 6:35, 4, 3, 2. Essentially, the best time I've ever gotten for the first two splits is roughly my golds. Do you meal prep or do you have pre-stream meals? Well, this is where you could say I'm like intermittent fasting. Not because I want to lose weight or anything. It's just I only eat dinner because I wake up pretty late. Right, I wake up past noon, so it's like, okay, well, I don't end up eating lunch, and then I start stream, and then I end stream at like 12 to 1 a.m. Eat dinner, and then go to sleep later. So yeah, I wouldn't say my eating habits are exemplary. But at this point, like I've had this kind of sleep schedule and whatnot for a really long time. I think ever since high school ended, probably. Well, whenever possible. In college, like, if I had classes early enough, then I'd have to figure it out. Also, like, the brief moments where I had a meal plan in college, you know, I would go eat more meals, I think. Because I had already paid for a certain number of meals. That is not sufficient food. Well, I eat like a large dinner. So, yeah, I'm eating enough calories, but I'm eating it all at once.
Mm-hmm.
But again, yeah, I would not recommend doing what I do. Like a snake. Well, I am Year of the Snake, so it checks out. Look, my bad. Yeah, 129, that's fine. You have to physically scan a different amiibo every time. So I use an amiibo emulator, which will randomize the ID of the amiibo that it's emulating every time I scan it. So no, I use the same little device for every single scan. Oh, that was bad. Okay, I was trying to play around with whether or not I needed to. Yeah, I probably would have gotten a pretty good castle time with that. But that was pretty close, unfortunately. Okay, I want to see if this works. Because if this works, then I've got a hunch. Yeah, basically the first, or for this texture setup, you want to be farther back, if anything. That being closer, like farther forward, has a higher chance of missing. You with the good luck, Jack. Yeah, so that, to kill the first boss, I'm doing a setup where I stand in a specific spot, shoot an arrow as I walk forward and enter the cutscene, which will freeze the arrow in place where the Blight's head is, and as the cutscene plays out, it will kill the Blight by, you know, constantly dealing damage to it. But right there, I was standing in the wrong spot, so the arrow missed Wind Blight entirely. So the boss didn't die. I'm not gonna finish that one. It would have been pretty good if I got Wind Blight to get first try, but missing it loses like 50 seconds or something. So yeah, probably would have been like a 23 1x would be my guess. Yo, what up, Autumn? Yeah, if you're excited. 22:51 is the world record right now. It was a 12:31, so it essentially tied my best plat time. So not like a huge improvement there, but even just be able to do that is solid.
Quella è una tavoletta Sheikah. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
Yeah, I've been streaming on YouTube as well as Twitch for like maybe 3 or 4 weeks now. And so yeah, from now on, all of my streams will be on both platforms. Oh, as in commands. Oh, yeah, so you can set up a Nightbot account for YouTube as well.
Link. Link.
But it's kind of annoying
Link.
because
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta scelta.
essentially I had to create a new Nightbot account for my YouTube stream and then copy over all of the commands. Like, I don't know why you can't just authenticate with 2 different platforms on the same Nightbot account. Ow. Oh. You know what, I'm glad. You're tempted to redeem VIP. Does Twitch, like, give you a notification for it? True, true. If you bought VIP, you couldn't then buy VIP again. And think about it. What if you bought VIP and then I introduced some, like, a super cool channel point redemption for 1,000,000 points? You wouldn't be able to afford it, right? We all know 2 VIPs equals a permaban. This is an idea that was floated by a certain individual. Not me. I'm happy to do it, though.
Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta shake.
Hey, is it cool if I
Ti
root
guiderà
around
dopo il
the
risveglio dal
bathroom
tuo
trash? Oh no. No, Ginger. Hey, what's up, Cleft? Let's see. Why is ESC used on bombs and not magnesis? So for magnesis, we reuse the skew to clip in through the side to also clip into stasis. So because it makes the stasis clip faster, it ends up not being as worth it to try an ESC. Because yeah, if you were to ESC into magnesis, you'd have to ESC into stasis as well. And currently the stasis clip with reused skew is pretty fast. In that case, you would pay off Whale to refund the redemption. You really think you could bribe one of my mods? You absolutely could. Yeah. Honestly, you probably wouldn't even need to. I bet you could just ask.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Oh, I will say, dude, Rec always, well, not always, but occasionally Rec will bother me about how I don't
Quella è una tavoletta
complete any of the
shake.
redemptions.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
You know how there's like a... I think you can turn on a setting that will auto, like, complete the channel point redemptions. But yeah, I just don't bother, because it's like, well, does it really matter if I've officially gotten rid of the request? Not really. It's just kind of unnecessary. So yeah, like I could technically, I think, refund almost all of the people who have redeemed VIP. Wait, how does that work? What if you redeem VIP and then I raise the price and refund it? Does it store the amount of points that you initially redeemed VIP at? Or does it redeem, or does it refund with a new amount? Or does it not let you redeem or refund? Yo, what's up, Nukel? Yes, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm assuming that means it refunds at the initial amount.
Svegliati.
You might have to refund in the same stream, but not 100% sure. I've never really tried. Does switching your Switch's language also save time? Yes. If you type exclamation point language, I think the bot has a response for that.
Dopo il risveglio dal tuo
On the YouTube side of things. What time am I looking for on Plateau? I mean, ideally, if I could do like sub 12:30, that would be really good. But... I don't know, it's hard. If I can just clip out of SOR though, that would be a start. At this point, I will take a 45. Thank you. So the in-game language, like the setting is for the voice acting, which we do actually set separately. So your Switch's language is what gets used for text. And then your voice acting language is whatever you set in the Breath of the Wild menu, which generally is, you know, match the system language.
Svegliati.
But you can set it to whatever you want. And so for any percent, the text is faster in French because this cutscene, you're able to end it sooner in French. And you can listen to how, like, I cut Zelda off, right? She wasn't able to finish talking right there. That's because there's a mismatch here between the length of the cutscene in French versus Italian. And so Italian saves time on... Okay, I said I would take a 45, so they gave me a 45. That's fine, you know. I was asking for a 45, but secretly in my heart, I was hoping for a 43. But it's okay. I'm not greedy. Yo, what up, Moonlit? Hello, Guinness. Happy Mardi Gras. Happy Mardi Gras. Dang.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta scelta.
Is it already? I feel like I should probably know this. Ow. Okay. Parades until next week. Dang. It's party time. Oh, David, thank you for that 69 bits. Nice. Let's see, your sister loves Zelda's voice acting in Japanese way more than English. Oh, yeah, a lot of people do that. Like, even for Breath of the Wild speedrunning, it used to be that we didn't know that the voice acting language mattered, right? It was assumed that your voice acting language did not impact the time that you get for the speedrun for any percent. And so a lot of people would like set their voice acting to Japanese or whichever one was their favorite, and then just use French for like the text. But now we know that like it actually does matter, so the example is Requiem of Spirit. I remember he used to have it. No, he used to have Japanese voice acting for his any percent runs.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
And he always scoffs whenever he watches me running with like English voice acting. So every hundo run, if he catches any English Zelda, he like cringes. Which, you know, a little excessive. But when you're a weeb, sometimes that's how it be.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceika.
I feel like I'm messing up that step up a lot more. Good evening, Doodle. Kinda done with post-apocalyptic wastelands. Do we count, wait, in OT, when you pass time, or like adult OOT, Castletown is a bunch of zombies. Sure. Hey yo, what's up? A pickle. But yeah, I mean, like, it's just that it was the same Hyrule, right? So presumably the next one will not be the same. Although, actually, what about like Skyward Sword? Hold up. Okay, OT has, you know, Castletown when you're a child is all normal. And then you skip to adult, and then suddenly everything is dead and dying. Okay, I didn't want that, but whatever. Majora's Mask. It's always bumping. Wind Waker. Wait. Wind Waker, the castle is like in a separate realm. Ow. I feel like that doesn't quite count. I mean, does it have to be Castletown? Right? Because, yeah, like, the other games have, you know, towns and whatnot. Yeah, TP was nice. But Yo, it's a Blizzard. Yeah, it was a 57. Mediocre. Please. Why must I suck? Ah, jeez, dude. Yeah, okay, I can't continue that one. It is simply too bad. I tried. I tried to endure it, you know, get some practice with the later parts of the run, but I just can't. I'd like to see Redeads make a comeback. Yeah, I think the next game having more enemy diversity would be cool. Oh, let's see. It kind of just felt like, I don't know, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom didn't have that many enemy types. Even though thinking back on it, it's like, you know, in Tears of the Kingdom, they definitely added more. Like there's, well, they removed the Guardians, but they added like
Svegliati.
Gleox, Aracuda, Horriblins,
Svegliati.
Gibdo. All the constructs, etc.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
Yo, Raggets, thank you for the 10-month resub.
Ti guiderà
Appreciate
dopo
that.
il risveglio dal tuo
But yeah, I don't know. It just felt like there wasn't that much diversity. Ow. 102, that's kind of slow.
Link. 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 Dirigiti al luogo segnato
Dude,
sulla mappa
no, the
della tua
next game needs
tavoletta
to bring back
sceicca.
Dark Nets. Like, that's what we really need. Oh, jeez, dude. Please, 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 please. Please. Just let me go. Hey, thank you, Cornflake, for the good luck. Dude, Dark Nuts. Look, imagine this. A Dark Nut riding a Gleeok. Boom. Wouldn't that be so cool? It chases you around the map like the Nazgul in Lord of the Rings.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
I guess if there were more, let's see. I feel like also maybe having more like big boss enemies, because they really just had the temple bosses, right?
Quella è una
Like in Breath
tavoletta
of the Wild, your main bosses are
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
like the Four Blights, Calamity, Dark Beast, and then you could include like Koga, I guess. But when you look at like the previous Zelda games, there's so many more dungeons and dungeon bosses. And with Tears of the Kingdom, you know, it helped that they were more distinct. You have like Goma made a comeback, you know, Golgara, etc. And they look cool and distinct. But there were also only like, I don't know, 5 of those. Plus, I guess there is like Phantom Ganon. It kind of gets reused in a couple of spots.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
You're never gonna believe what this guy is called. Well, obviously it's a Dark Knight. Okay, isn't there a difference between a Dark Knight and an Iron Knuckle? Is that what it is? I feel like... Ow. Yes, they're different. So what is the difference? Because they're present in like different games, right? Let's see, the Dark Knights wielded the swords and shields, and the Iron Knuckles had a big axe. Oh. Interesting. Why is there a difference? Why not just call them the same thing? Ow.
Ah. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Ah. Ooh.
Interesting. That was like 3 scans, and it gave me just barely enough fish. Like, I was gonna pick up more backup food, but the game said no. Like, I'm not that desperate that I'm gonna pick up an Endura... Wait, a Staminoka bass. Like, come on. Alright, see ya, Reiner. Staminoka bass, that's right. And if I'm that desperate, I'll install the Switch 2 edition so I can send it over with Zelda notes. Ow. Isn't that crazy that you can do that? Also, I've never done it. Like, Zelda Notes came out, they announced it, I was like, oh, okay. And I didn't try it even once. Yo, it's a flex. It was a 1231. A minus 0.0 from my previous plot PB. So yeah, we were gaming. Ah, yay, woo, I'm having fun. Why must I mess up such trivial parts of the run, man? David, thank you for the gifted sub. I mean, is it surprising that my PB for Plateau is 1231? I have a 1232 in my PB for any percent. You've graduated from Flaffy. Yeah, you're now in Ampharos. Oh, the 1228's without amiibo. That's not gonna work, is it? Yeah. Yo, what's up, whale? That's not gonna work. See. Just coolin'. Wait, whale. If let's walk through a hypothetical situation. Let's just say somebody redeems VIP, right? In this channel. And then later on, they want their points back. Right? And so they were to like maybe buy you a coffee or similar. Would that be sufficient to bribe you to give them the refund? Hypothetically, of course. Ow. Depends where the coffee is from. I imagine this hypothetical individual probably knows the best coffee spot to take you. What is the dollar to channel point conversion? There currently isn't one, right? Some people have the what do they have? They have like a roll of dice for a gifted sub, or like flip a coin, something like that. It costs a certain number of channel points. But you have like a % chance of getting it. So and then some people actually have like a guaranteed, if you pay this many channel points, you get a free sub. But I haven't done that. If I were to do that, then you could have a conversion rate, because it would be like the equivalent of one Twitch subscription. But yeah, it's like VIP has no monetary value. And then if you did it as like a flip a coin, then you'd have a 50% chance of getting the subscription. So you'd have to like factor in the expected value. Like how many coin flips on average does it take to get a sub? Over 200 full streams and nowhere close. I don't remember how long it takes. By this point, you know, the amount of time to get VIP has gone up significantly, but you could probably still get it within like a year, maybe, if you watched every single stream with the like channel plant auto collector.
Quella è una tavoletta shake. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio
Plus
dal
like
tuo...
a sub or something. Good morning, Lloyd. Welcome back, Red Skies. It was only like 600k. Back in the day. Whatever. 44, that's fine. Yeah, nowadays it's getting close. Eventually it'll be 1 million. It was 50k back in your day. Wait. Was it ever 50k?
Link. Link.
I'm like doubting.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
I know I want to say I started at 555k, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe at like the very start of my streaming career. But I think at the beginning I just like gave VIP to whoever I felt like giving VIP to. Hey, what's up, Steven? Oh, snap. Dude, the wing flip days, that was kind of fun. Like learning wing flip. Good times. Dude, the initial like early ascend stuff was crazy. Do you guys remember when we used to Mazda our way all the way over to the construct? And you'd have to like turn around very slowly. Oh, that was painful. All right, 147 is good enough. Oh man, and there's like the week or two where we started doing the autobill route. That was cool. You have the bike reviews. Am I dead? Yeah, I am. Oh, dude. Whatever. Yeah, it's crazy that that was only like 2 weeks. It felt more impactful, I guess. I mean, it was the route that I got the first sub 50 on, I think. But then it was like immediately after. Oh, you can now jump / cancel clip. It's like, oh, okay. Ayo, it's a Bextree. I think the sub 50 is still my like most viewed Tears of the Kingdom PB. What's the new strat? Yeah, I was kind of stressed a little bit. You know, it's like doing those runs is like, oh man, I wake up, think to myself, do I really want to check Discord? And then, yep, 1,000 new messages.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
I gotta commit more to the pre-turn, maybe. And then I'll get 42s. This is it right here. I've been like half baking it, you know? I turn a little bit with the camera before jumping on, but I can do more. Is there a consistent setup for that scope clip? Yeah. So, like, the setup itself is consistent. It's just trying to line it up quickly and then also get the scope clip quickly. Like, that's where the trouble comes in. Because basically, you want to scope at like a certain part of Link's running animation while you have the camera and Link facing certain angles. And so because it depends on Link's running animation, you need it to be like at a specific time. The thing is, we just spam scope. So I think there are people who try and time it. But I've always just spammed it. And so if you're like spamming R3 and you don't hit the right frame, then, you know, it might take a couple extra cycles of Link running before you get it. Yo, what's up, Onyx? Thank you for the good luck. Onyx, I'm thinking maybe the 108 SOR clips are okay. What am I doing, man? What am I doing? Ah! See that? That was fast. Except I didn't jump onto the ledge first try. It might be time. How long does it take to do 108 SOR clips? That reminds me, people wanted to... I don't think... Okay. I don't think it was actually serious. But there were a couple of people who wanted to make... Was it 100 cog skips into a category? I think it was like Neil did it as a joke. And then I think Cephala also tried it. And got a pretty quick time. But like other people were trying it as well, and we're like, oh, we should make this a category extension. Like, no. No, please don't. What are we doing? 100 cog skips? For what? For what reason? Could you have saved that, or was it dead the second you failed the jump? I mean, that was a 46 SOR, so I could have continued it, right? It wasn't that slow, but it's slow enough that I would prefer to reset, because it's like I lost 3 seconds, essentially. Is there a specific Zelda food you would like to try or to try and eat? Maybe like pizza. Look, what if they make a really good pizza in Hyrule? All right here. Well, we got the scope input super early, but I'm not clipping because it's not the right angle, I think. The monster cake looks good, but I think it looks good, but the contents of it might not be as appealing. You did that and never even ran the route. Unfortunate. P5 for $10 million. Would you never play Breath of the Wild again? Absolutely, man. All right. Who out there has 10 million right now? I'll take it. Don't. Oh, wait, I should actually add that command. I forgot. Like Cobblemon streamer. Yeah, never play Breath of the Wild again. Look, that's a lot of money. How would they know?
Svegliati.
I don't know. In this hypothetical, let's just say there's
Svegliati.
some binding magic that if I ever try and play Breath of the Wild, it'll like just steal back the 10 million. It doesn't fit.
Quella è una
That's
tavoletta
funny.
sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Also, I haven't actually read the donate command in a while. Do you want to give me lots of money for all the exciting content I provide? Then click the button to give me money. It is entirely optional, but it would be very cool if you did. Okay. Can you imagine if that was actually me writing that? Oh my god. It's hard. I can't do it. I just can't. Oh, please. Please, Link. Link, work with me. Oh, I don't like this trick. I don't like the trick. Have you ever had deep dish? I've had deep dish, I think, but only like a couple times in my life, maybe. Would be the lowest amount you'd have to think about? Wait, oh, 5K, 10K? No, no. I make more than that from playing Breath of the Wild. It would have to be enough that like I'd feel comfortable branching out into other, you know, like it isn't necessarily enough to like just flat out retire. But yeah, the lowest amount would have to be like, you know, solidly enough that I could find some other thing to stream and make content about that's, you know, similarly fun
Svegliati.
and successful. Because yeah, like the amount of money I made from Breath of the Wild, like I don't know how much that is, but
Quella è una
it
tavoletta
is
sceicca.
well more than like
Ti
10K.
guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
And then there's also like, I do like the game, so never being able to play the game again would be a bummer. Jeez, dude. Jeez. Jeez. Please, 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 please let me out. I feel like I've been an okay person. What did I do to deserve this? Obviously, you're a millionaire. True, I do have 5 Switches, so I must be a millionaire. I believe that's what we concluded earlier. Yo, up malfunctional. 5. Look. This is my job. The Breath of Wild, Tears of the Kingdom speedrunning. This has been my full-time gig. Used to think, wow, it's crazy to be a streamer whose money depends on a company/video game. But that's a ton of people in the games industry. Yeah. I don't know. It is like interesting how, especially the entertainment industry, changes over time. Because like nowadays, you know, streamers can make a lot of money. And like YouTube and, well, I would say the big thing is YouTube. Kind of taken
Quella è
over.
una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Like so many people can just make content on YouTube about whatever random niche that people will then watch, compared to back in the day where that wasn't as common. There we go. This is it. This is the run. If I fail this one, that's just, it's over, right? I gotta put as much pressure on myself as possible. That way I need to clutch up. A 5-star. Yeah, that was good. That was a solid 43. Dude, the thing is, I'll never get a 42 and know that it was a 42. Like, if I ever get a 42, it will have been that I, like, look back at it and realize.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Ow. Yo, what up, Doc? Thank you for the 23-month resub. I appreciate that. somehow we're still alive. Sure. That was like an early circle. And also, I was aiming at a spot I normally don't aim, like further left, so I had to adjust where I turned to. But it still worked. Honestly, that could have been really, really good if I landed slightly farther right. It's like nearly a ragdoll cancel. You you frame counted. Oh snap. 42.8. Okay, that was actually quite fast then. Oh, come on. Give you... Seriously? Oh, it's over. I should have just walked around that fish. For some reason, it feels so bad when the game gives you, like, fish, but you can't pick them up easily. Like, you would think, oh, it's just about getting the right fish to, like, spawn in, but there's an extra level of difficulty when there's, like, the treasure chest, which you don't want to open, because if you open it, you lose, like, 5 seconds, as well as other fish that you don't want to pick up. So it's just like, please. Because if you pick up a random extra fish that's, like, 2 seconds minimum, oh man, I just thinking about like trying to get a 42 SOR. What, Cephala got a new fall off a cliff world record, right? Hello? And just like the idea of having to reset SOR for a perfect run sounds miserable. I'm sure you get really good at SOR though. Okay, that was a 56, but only because... God, dang. Only because of the other thing. What? First time chatter. Oh, what do you think of Nintendo's stupid decisions? What do you want me to say? I think Nintendo as a company makes dumb decisions. Alright, now everybody clap. That's right. Because I have a good take. Yeah, the real problem with Nintendo is that they make good games. That way, they can survive all of the backlash from and like PR hits that they take from their choices. Like if they didn't make the best games out there, then we just wouldn't be in this situation. But they do, so it's tough. I mean, for me, I just they've got me, you know. They would have to do some really messed up stuff for me to not buy Nintendo like games and consoles. Especially considering my like livelihood is based around making content on their video games. But yeah, that's just how it be.
Svegliati.
I used to play competitive Super Smash Brothers, and you know, there's been a lot of questionable
Quella
stuff
è una tavoletta sceicca.
with how they interact
Ti
with
guiderà dopo
the
il
competitive
risveglio dal tuo
community,
lungo.
but I'm also not gonna like boycott Nintendo stuff. I think stupid decisions are stupid. Whoa, Bob. A sizzling take right there. Okay. Wait, that was, I think, not that fast. That was like a 43. Like mid. Maybe high. What do you think the next Zelda is called? It'd be really funny. They should pick another another word that's like kind of ambiguous with how you pronounce it. Right, with how tears and tears. I don't know what that would be.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Hello? Hello? Oh. Oh, is my Switch 2 out of battery? Really? It's a little awkward. Well, it goes to show how much I use it. It's sitting in the dock, but I guess I unplugged the dock? No, surely not. Wow, this thing really died? It's been unplugged for like not that long. No, whatever. I don't use it that much. Well, I guess I did use it quite a bit. Like, that's what I ran Hundo on. But yeah, I don't know. It's been like off the charger, I guess, for like not that long. I would imagine it's not doing anything. Switch to sleep mode actually drains battery a lot faster. That would explain it.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
That's weird. I mean, why? Can't it just not use power? I don't know.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Well, anyway, this is all to say I do already have a Switch 2. Do you think that Nintendo, when you say fix the Joy-Cons, do you mean get rid of drift? Because I think it's been confirmed that they didn't do anything. Well, no, they probably did try something, I have to imagine, but they didn't go with magnets because they're using magnets for the connection to the Switch 2. So they couldn't use like the cool technology. I mean, you would hope that they did something. The thing is, I don't believe they did, but no, I'll leave that to somebody else to think about. I never used the Joy-Cons anyway. Speaking of, there's a package over there.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
With a couple of Pro controllers. I'll probably D-pad fix one of them soon.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Do PS5 controllers usually drift? I think they do. I don't think any of the like major, consoles are using like anti-drift technology. But yeah, I like don't use PS5 controllers very often, so. No, they don't usually drift? Okay. I mean... Oh, my controllers. I totally... Yeah, okay. Alright. I'm on the same page now.
Link. Link. Dirigiti
And
al
that is
luogo
correct, they
segnato
did
sulla mappa della
not
tua
do
tavoletta
anything.
sceicca.
Wait, what? Okay, look, if you know that they didn't do anything, why did you ask me? What information did I provide that you didn't already know? After any percent, what do I think I'll do? I mean, after any percent, the plan is to do the 3D Zelda challenge. So learn OOT probably. Jesus Christ, man. All right. Rick. Can you get rid of some the honest jam? Yeah, I had a feeling. It's just such a weird, like, when you come in with the your first time chat being like, what do you think of Nintendo's stupid decisions? It's just like a very weird combative, you're just here to like, I don't know, shit on Nintendo. And like, obviously they deserve it. But like, why do we care? If you're gonna complain about Nintendo, like, I don't know, it just feels like trying to take over my stream to do that is just weird behavior. But yeah, what's up, Rick? That is really funny though. Like, do you think they fixed the Joy-Cons with the Switch 2 and then immediately like say, oh, they didn't do it, they didn't fix it, you're right, I have the evidence? Like, what are we doing here? Generally, you ask questions to get information, right? To gain knowledge. You know, there's rhetorical questions, but that's generally reserved for if you're trying to prove a point. And that's what they were doing, right? It wasn't really. I don't know. That's crazy. Yeah, it's dumb because, like, you know, realistically, there are a lot of very reasonable people out there who have reasonable takes. And I would say I'm one of them, you know? I've got pretty reasonable takes. But yeah, there's so many people who are, like, in this discussion, right? It's like, oh, you know, not talking about Nintendo fans. But the thing is, people on both sides are like, they're wrong. You know, there's a take that you can have that's not, you know, at the extreme end. You thought it was YouTube chat? Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah, I figured you didn't have the context. services are appreciated. There we go. 111. Those kinds of questions are called closed questions, where they pretend to ask you a question, but really they're pushing their view onto you. I was thinking like rhetorical. It's not quite the right word for it. But yeah, I feel like that's the second person today who's been like anti-Nintendo. Trying to get me to state my loyalty or not. What do you guys think of the super excellent, really great fruit that is the apple? Actually, I don't like them. That's a lie. Well, I'm like fine with apples. They're good. I just don't eat them very often. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yo, David, thank you for the 300 bits. And have a good night. Thanks for watching. What about 10 million to never play any video game ever again? Oh, now that one's interesting. Because, like, a specific video game, easy. Any video game at all. $10 million? I wonder, at that point, you just find a different hobby, right? A different interest. And with 10 million, you could do plenty of things. It's just, it's interesting because, you know, playing video games has been a part of my life for pretty much my whole life. Ever since I was a wee lad. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, right now, I don't even really play that many video games. I basically just play Breath of the Wild, and then sometimes Tears of the Kingdom. So it wouldn't be all that different from what I do now, other than the, you know, hole that is not playing Breath of the Wild. I don't know, 10 million is a lot. I feel like I still do it though, because that just seems so free, I guess. I could be playing Baldur's Gate with you. We'd have to. Well, Baldur's Gate is a video game. Hold up. So we would just have to meet up for D&D. Am I joining the tournament? I need to think about it. I don't know. Wait, how many people do we have signed up so far? Rick, are you joining the tournament? No, you're retired. Me too. That's a lot of arrows. Rick is full of lies. Yeah, it's true. I kind of wonder, you know, if not for video games, what would I do? Like, what would the hobby be? There's so many options. TikTok dances. Any other suggestions? I'm not trying to say your suggestion was like bad or anything, but oh no. I haven't done this in a while. Is that gonna look okay? There. I guess it looks okay. It just doesn't have the cool atmosphere, you know? It's all just bedsheet. Oh, dude, we tried like ironing the bedsheet. Nobody noticed, I don't think. Or at least nobody mentioned it. But yeah, at one point. When? This was when I got the new lighting, I guess. And to be fair, it was not a very thorough job, so like it can definitely be improved. I do unretire anytime soon, it would be to start learning all dungeons. Ah, yes, the like 20 minutes of gameplay. Ironing the bedsheet. Oh, this behind me. That's a bedsheet. It covers. So there's like a whiteboard behind me, and so I was worried that the glare off the whiteboard would look bad on camera. So yeah, we put up a bed sheet to cover it. And for the longest time, it was like super wrinkled. Well, I wouldn't say super wrinkled, but it was definitely like before putting it up, we didn't iron it, so it was just kind of a little bit wrinkly. And you could kind of tell, but the thing is, it's like less wrinkly now, but nobody mentioned it. Also, it kind of like goes, there's a corner right there, so it kind of, you can see down there. Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, that one was a dead angle. Two, three BTS reference.
Svegliati.
Banger that induces tears. Reference? Like Tears of the Kingdom?
Svegliati.
2-3 is like a 23, and I'm going for a sub 23 right now. I think I'm tracking the conversation.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
I
Ti guiderà dopo il
don't know what
risveglio dal
you're
tuo
bringing up Beyond the Summit for. Rest in peace. Ow. What is that frog emote? Plot twist. And then of course the the balloon animals. Who came up with that as like a style of emote? Oh no, why is there a Roblox? Dude, what is going on? Why are they pushing Roblox so much? This is making Twitch a lot of money. That's true, but like, I don't know. Roblox is kind of not the greatest.
Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
frog's name is Plot, and it's twisted. Let him cook. Is this another one of those bus situations? Lux is trying to figure out the puzzle. Yeah, boss. Hey, did I see the new practice mod? I don't think so. What did they add?
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Position saves, save states for the whole any percent run. Easy wing flip practice, automatic dezuggle. 100 dezuggles. Wait, what? How does that work? Does the game not just like die? A shop with lots of items that you could need on any run. Interesting. Yeah, I remember Echo had added a lot of cool things to the mod. I didn't really use it though, because I think I had already like stopped running Tears of the Kingdom by the time a lot of the cooler features got added. And like, you know, I don't really need to practice wing flip all that much anymore, but it does seem like a really useful mod. So hey, maybe the next time I pick up the game again, I'll give it a shot. I'd have to use the other homebrewed switch though, because I don't want to update atmosphere. Yeah, what's up, Quady? Oh, thank you for the good luck. Hey, what's up, Kay?
Svegliati.
Yeah, the runs have been okay.
Svegliati.
Not as good as yesterday, but they've been okay. Oh, thank you for the raid, Andros.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà
I gotta
dopo il
practice army,
risveglio dal
and
tuo
now you can do it without having to get there from GSI. Wasn't there technically some spot you could get an autosave next to army? Oh, wait. Actually, yeah, Demon Dragon without army plus Ganondorf sounds fantastic. I think there is. Cloud tried to tell me about it. I think I was doing like an any percent run for Zeldathon Voyage. And so she tried to tell me where it was, like show me the visual cue for where to land on the side of the army platform. And then I think I failed it in the run. So like I immediately entered army anyway. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a spot down there where you can get an autosave. So if you really wanted to, you could. Without
Link,
the mod have like a pretty convenient army save, but it's
dirigiti al
like
luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
the mod is going to be more convenient anyway. There we go. Yo, what's up, Glebs? It was a 1231, so you know, minus 0.0 from my previous plot PB. But you know, they always say a PB is a PB. I should do all shrines. Maybe one day. Oh, thank you, Glebs. I feel like all shrines. It's like what, 5 to 6 hours currently. Which is honestly not too bad. Like, that would be a pretty good category to do while streaming. I'm sure a lot of people would enjoy it, but yeah, it's a little bit long. To be playing Tears of the Kingdom. Nah, for now, I have other things I want to do. But yeah, maybe one day. Imagine 1.8 all shrines. I was gonna say like, oh, 2 people popped off, but I think there would be more. Like all shrines for Breath of the Wild, a lot of people have fond memories of when I was running it, but like, I did not.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. Ah. Ooh.
Ow. What? I don't agree. I don't agree with that. I didn't pick up the thing. That's stupid. Dumb, stupid video game. Okay, whatever. Stinky poo poo. Tears of the Kingdom 1.4.2, all shrines would be painful. I think current patch speedruns have their own like setups for like pocket rocket and cart sliding. So you can do a lot of the same things. It's just the setups are different. So, you know, you'd have to probably spend more time getting that set up. And there's some things you wouldn't be able to do, I think, but I think it's just more convenient to to run 1.0 where everything's much easier. Breath of the Wild restricted all shrines is longer than Tears of the Kingdom all shrines. That's true. Honestly, with Tears of the Kingdom having what? An extra
Svegliati.
32, is it? Shrines? You would expect it to be a bigger
Svegliati.
difference, but yeah, all shrines seems to have some cool tech.
Quella è una tavoletta
Welcome
scelta.
back, Morbid.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Do I like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? I haven't really played much of it. I mean, it's fun, but yeah, I barely play Mario Kart. Oh, I have it on the screen. I should get rid of those. You can like select an option to delete the thing from your home screen. But yeah, I haven't actually played Mario Kart on this Switch. That was my friend who borrowed the Switch. They played Odyssey and Mario Kart. But yeah, when I bought 8 Deluxe, this was like maybe 2022 or something. No, it's probably 2021. But like I played it a grand total of like 10 times maybe, I think. Yeah, I think people were like surprised that I didn't have Mario Kart, considering Deluxe had been out for like what, like a decade, right? Wasn't it on the Wii U? Actually, was it? I feel like 8 Deluxe on Switch was like not a new game.
Svegliati.
Money well spent. You know, better spent than like Mario Party Superstars. I played that one probably 5 times.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
How about Mario Kart World? It's the same story. Basically, like, I played it for a bit. It seemed fun, but I don't really play. I don't play it a lot. Oh, so it's telling me to update Breath of the Wild, and then to update the system, because I'm not on the latest firmware. And then it's also saying if you want to download your like backup save data, then you're gonna have to update the system. So I could probably get rid of the 2 extra ones if I updated the system. You can remove the prompt. Just using the magic. Well, this is not a homebrewed Switch. Hey, what's up, Tony? Oh, snap. I forgot that the lights were even off.
Svegliati.
That's
Quella
right, it's
è
party
una tavoletta
time.
shake. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
What's the reason for not updating the console? Oh, I just didn't. Like, I could. I wasn't sure if there was any issues with updating to the latest firmware, but if other people are on the latest firmware and not, like, forced to update Breath of the Wild, then I should probably just do that and remove the 2 extra pop-ups. Jesus Christ. There's also, yeah, the reason I can't use airplane mode is because this is the secondary console. So I own Breath of the Wild digitally, but I bought it on a separate Switch. So I've made this the secondary console, so I don't have to like buy it again. But it has to verify every single time I open the game whether or not it's allowed to play it. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the idea, but I think it's totally safe to update the system. Can't you give it the virtual cartridge thing? Again, I'm not sure how that works, so I don't want to test it, I guess. Like, presumably, I had to go into the settings and select the, what was it called? There's a setting that you can revert from the virtual game card system to the like online license system. But yeah, I just don't like the idea of having to eject and load the game onto the system when I'm trying to avoid an update. It's like it probably doesn't update your game or like force an update, but I'm just not sure. So I'm I'm okay with just not updating at all and then dealing with a couple extra prompts. Yeah, Bree, thank you for the raid. How was the stream? Whatever. 44 is fine. Is there any way to have DLC installed with pre-DLSS patch without a modded Switch? Excluding just having the game updated or not updated. No. No? Yeah, if you don't have the DLC already installed, it's a little bit rough. I think if you do have the DLC installed and you want to, like, get rid of it, or, like, yeah, stuff like that, I think you can, like, technically install it on the SD card and then remove the SD card when you don't want the DLC or something.
Link.
But if you don't already have the DLC, then that's where it's a problem.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
Oh, there is technically, wait. There is technically a Japanese copy I think Nishishi has mentioned this a few times, but there's like a copy of the game that comes with the DLC installed. That's version 1.6. But you have to buy it from Japan because they didn't sell it anywhere else. So you could factory reset and then play off of that, I think. Oh, I cannot see. Okay, we're good. Attempting to learn blindfolded Spelunky. Oh, with a friend guiding you. Okay, that sounds fun. Yeah. Blindfolded shenanigans is always a good time. Probably pretty chaotic. Are we allowed to be guided and blindfolded? It's a separate, or it would be a separate thing. Not like for the leaderboards or anything. But yeah, people do it for like the content and whatever. Here we are. Hey, yo, what's up, Parker? Imagine spelunking while blindfolded. Like actual cave diving, I'd rather not. Yo, what up, Noriga? There's also a Taiwanese version with the DLCs. Oh, jeez, dude. There's no way I can get that, though. You fucking kidding? God, what a miserable piece of shit game. Like, thanks, I guess. It gave me a fish and then would not let me pick it up. Whatever. What am I doing to the fish? I mean, technically, I could just pick up the extra fish. It wouldn't have mattered in that case because I was already on the slow enough pace.
Svegliati.
Dude, can you imagine being the kind of person to like
Svegliati.
to go into a stream and and type something like, "What's the point in speedrun? Just play normal."
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
What's the point in watching speedrunning? Just go do anything else with your life. If you're not having fun, if you don't understand, don't yuck other people's yum. Oh, thank you, Diesel. How much time is lost watching cutscenes? Probably hours eventually. Well, this is a dangerous question. This is a question you must not ask yourself, because if you do, you will not be happy with the the answer. Hey yo, what's up, Andre? You don't know the answer? Well, okay. If we're talking about like this cutscene takes about 1 minute and 7 seconds every time I select new game. So if I've done 10,000 attempts on this splits file for any percent, that is a minimum of 10,000
Svegliati.
minutes.
Svegliati.
That I've spent.
Quella è una tavoletta sceika. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
And yeah, that's like, I have multiple splits files, so it is way more than that. Yeah, I would say I probably have like 20,000 attempts of Breath of the Wild speedrunning total, or I have like at least 20,000. And then you think about like, well, it's, 166 hours doesn't sound like a ton. Well, okay, it sounds like a lot, but when you think about it in terms of like full entire days, that's where I feel like it starts to hit. Because it's like, oh, I played like 200 hours of a bunch of video games. But this is like just that cutscene. It's not even playing the game. And it's on the scale of like weeks that I've spent with that cutscene playing. Yeah, 20,000 is if you add like, okay, so I have guaranteed 10, probably 11,000 on this splits file by this point.
Dirigiti al luogo
And
segnato
then
sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceika.
I used to use an old splits file for the old like plateau and castle routes, and those probably had like a total of 6K maybe. So we're already up to like 16,000, and then I've run like a bunch of other categories in Breath of the Wild. So that's why I say like 20K is probably a safe estimate. Okay, we'll continue that. Yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow. Oh, yeah, that's not even including no amiibo versus amiibo because they have separate splits. The thing is, I haven't done that many no amiibo runs, so I don't think it would add that much. A couple hundred, maybe. Well, okay, overall, maybe like 1,000. Do I think I've done 1,000 any percent no amiibo attempts? I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Ah. Mm-hmm.
No. Whatever. All that, and I still picked up the wrong fish. Actually suck ass. Alright. Hold up. I need a little BRB. No, thank you. Whoa, multiple people welcoming me back? This is unheard of. Yeah, the cat in the box is good. I like that emote.
Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceika. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
There might be a 7TV type extension for YouTube. I haven't really looked into it too much. Alright, is he a decay? Ow.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceika.
Hey, we like to have fun. I was just trying to stunt on the Boko. I'll show him who's boss. The jump slash was kind of nice, where I dodged like both attacks by jumping over the first one and then crouching over the or under the second one. Look, the Boko, if it just didn't like walk over, well, no, I think even if it wouldn't notice Link,
Svegliati.
you'd like still go and fight it if you mess up like the scope clip.
Svegliati.
Or if you mess up the VLSS. Either way.
Quella
He's
è
done
una
so little
tavoletta
wrong and he
scelta.
takes so much punishment.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Debatable. How quickly they forget the BTB days. A castle BTB. Now that's a sin that Boca will have to spend their whole life trying to repent for. Think about all of the runs they killed. You may think, oh, skill issue. You just can't hit the frame perfect bullet time entry, and you'd kind of be right, to be fair. But there were other times, very rarely, that the Boko would just like not notice the arrow and kill the run anyway. How about that? And now there's no defense.
Link. Link. Link.
Not bouncy
Dirigiti
enough.
al luogo segnato sulla mappa
I
della tua
can't.
tavoletta scelta.
I don't know. And then there's the question of, am I bouncy enough? Well, clearly I'm not to be used in a bullet time bounce, so it's probably fine. Ow, 232. No. Oh, they're actually... Okay. There used to be these, like, glow-in-the-dark little stars that we put on the ceiling when I was a kid. But we got rid of them. Still have those in the basement. They're kind of sick. Actually just, like, cool. I swear they're a universal thing. They might be, yeah, I used to be on the top bunk. Well, actually, was it in this room? Like, I know that the other room had the, like, the stars on the ceiling. I don't remember if we had them in this room. Like, I want to say they were in both. Oh, that reminds me that the Tears of the Kingdom shirt I have, glows in the dark, which is really cool.
Mm-hmm. Ah.
Because it's like the Zonai green, and that is glow in the dark material. Okay, I guess I wanted that. Glowy Zonai shirt. It's like really cool, but I had no idea it was glow in the dark until like probably months after getting the shirt, because my brother bought it in Japan in like the Nintendo store. So it may have mentioned, you know, glow in the dark, but like if you're not able to read the Japanese, then perhaps you don't pick up on that. But yeah, it was like one day I look over, and it's glowing faintly. Oh, come on. Let's not mess these wind bombs up, please. I'm like really bad at this wind bomb today. Honestly, I'm like really bad at a lot of things today. I actually thought this like runs would go a lot better than they have been going. That should be fine. Yeah. Not feeling it? I don't even think that's true. It's like I felt pretty good. I just haven't been hitting the tricks. And I think partially I didn't spend as much time practicing the wind bombs at the beginning as I should have. Because like the slides have been okay. It's really just been, you know, the same 3-ish things that I've been messing up a lot, which is SOR clip, TOT scope clip, and this wind bomb? There were more amiibo resets than usual, I think, as well. Well, have a good night, MZ. That means we get to see Cleo. I was about to say Cleo. Kiwi, right? Right? Cleo. Let's go. May Kiwi finally catch the light of the dishwasher. Yeah, we're probably fine. Does this look better? Hold up. If I go here, does it look better if I turn this on? Well, I don't know about better, but it certainly has different colors. What I do, I have a lamp to my left that has like an LED smart light, and so I turned it on. It's like blue, and it can change colors. But I need to like set up
Svegliati.
swapping the color like easily.
Svegliati.
Person on Facebook Marketplace canceled last minute.
Quella è
Madge.
una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
That's kind of dumb. They were trolling you. Probably thinking to themselves, I can't believe they fell for that. Yo, what's up, Elias? Why does Olimar out smash combo into itself?
Dirigiti
This
al
is a
luogo segnato
question
sulla mappa della tua
that
tavoletta
many have
sceicca.
asked, and nobody knows the answer other than Sakurai. I don't see the vision. Maybe I would understand if I watched or if I played the Pikmin games. Alright, is he a morbid? I actually forgot about that. Yeah, that Olimar up smash combos into itself. It's just such a silly, like, as a concept. Nobody else has that, right? Which, like, you know, just because nobody other or no other character has it, it doesn't mean it's good. But it also happens to be like pretty good. Although Olimar stocks, I feel like, have been kind of down. But Shuton did like pretty well at a recent tournament, I think. I don't know how much he plays Olimar anymore, though.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Just playing a ton of Aegis, yeah. Rip. Well, I mean, honestly, do I prefer him playing
Quella è una
Olimar or
tavoletta sceicca.
Aegis? I feel like probably Olimar, in a
Ti
way.
guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Even though I don't like Olimar. It was still interesting to watch, I guess. The lesser of two evils. Yeah, I haven't really watched that much Aegis. I think the only Aegis I've watched is like watching Leo attempt to play the character and then not do all that well. There was like some of Spargo's Aegis. But yeah, by that point I'd like kind of stopped watching the Lotus Smash. What's up, Smash? A guy named Smash. It's actually pretty good these days. That's good, because before I feel like he would try and use it and then just not get results.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
There we go, 156. There we go, T28. Yo, the Byleth. Yeah, it's weird to think that I never really liked watching his Byleth. Well, maybe that's not quite true. But that I was like always hoping he would switch back to Joker. But now it's like, oh, swapping back to the Byleth? That could be hype. Oh, come on. Yeah, I don't have it today. Unfortunately. If I had turned a little bit more, that would have worked. It just didn't. The classic, man. Yeah. Didn't okay. Didn't Leo try playing like Greninja online back when COVID started? I feel like I remember that. And it was like really bad. But then he started playing a Byleth and then did well.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
His last venture was Game & Watch.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Man, back in the day, we used to only have, what, Meister? Was the only Game & Watch. How lucky we were. Oh, 43. Okay. Yeah, I remember somebody in my local scene played Game & Watch. Well, okay. They played Mega Man and then picked up Game & Watch as a secondary. Which is like, how much more annoying can you get, right? Well, technically they also had a Bowser, but...
Link. Link.
But yeah, very, very fun.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Oh man, the lemons and the stupid bacon plus everything else. Just, I don't know. How can you do that to another person? Intentionally playing those characters. Yo, what's up, Thomas? Am I just wanting world record or sub something? I mean, currently, the intermediate goal is sub 23, which, you know, my PB is... Uh, 22:58, but I haven't been able to, like, beat that in a while, so... Like, first, I want to make sure I can actually PB, and then after that, the world record's, you know, currently 7 seconds ahead of my PB, so I take it one step at a time. Please. Aww. Whatever. Yeah, ESC is frame perfect. Bacon versus Lucina. It was... Yeah, I was thankful that his Game & Watch was not very good. at the beginning. I mean, he probably got better, but then, you know, COVID hit, so I didn't play them anymore after that point. But yeah, it was like really annoying. Oh, dude, the the toot toot up airs. What a character, man. And his nair is unreasonably good. Like, I get it, you know? Melee, he was a bit of a joke, but we didn't need all that. I wonder if I had tried to like pick up different characters. The thing is, Lucina was like is a very good character, so it's not like there's that much of a difference. But I don't know, if I like picked up other characters and tried to just play like the toppest tier, would I have done better or worse? Probably worse. But I don't know.
Svegliati.
Because he's late, right? So like he just dies.
Svegliati.
Exactly. Lucina is also nerfed. Yeah, I kind of forgot that nerfs were a thing.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
It's been so long.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Please, just one more patch. That's all we need. You can fix everything. Yeah, like nobody needs Rob to be like a good character. Come on. Dude, wasn't there there was like a match or a set between Leo and Proto Banham where um I'm pretty sure Leo went Rob. and then I forget how it did. I think it, you know, he lost, but did he win? It was just funny because like he went Rob against Proto's Min Min, but then there was a different tournament where he played against DeBuzz, and DeBuzz was, I think, playing Min Min. And Leo swapped to like to Joker, and then
Ti guiderà dopo
you know,
il
clean
risveglio
sweep.
dal tuo
But that was like DeBuzz was, I think, very close to winning the tournament. Yeah, the Leo Rob. He it was something. interesting time. Is this the sign that you're building your endurance? Well, if you... if you check the other streams, you might notice a trend. My stream schedule used to be, and I think it's still listed as being like 6-hour streams. That it's like 5 to 11 p.m. is what I say, and then usually I go from like 5 to 12. Oh, dude, Meta Knight.
Link,
The Smash 4 days? Holy.
dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla
I
mappa
forgot
della tua
about that.
tavoletta
Dude,
sceicca.
those are crazy times. You'd have like, it'd be Leo versus Tweak, and then they would be counterpicking each other, where Tweak is playing DK, and then Leo plays like, I forget, there was like Marth, Cloud, Meta Knight. And it's just like a cheese fest when it's, yeah, Meta Knight versus DK. Good times. Okay, T29. Well, yeah, I know he played Meta Knight and ult, but that the origin of it was the Meta Knight in Smash 4. Dude, like Abadongo. Whoa. Abadongo was playing Meta Knight in Ultimate, and there was at least one period where he like popped off in a a Japanese tournament. I was like, oh snap, yo, this is sick. But then I don't know. I think he's probably like fully stopped playing the game by this point. That'll do. Before Breath of the Wild, which speedruns was I doing? Breath of the Wild was my first speedrun. And I've still only done Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. What? I mean, like, back in the day, when Leo kind of hopped onto the scene in Smash 4, wasn't it that his first win was against Mr. R? And I think he was playing Meta Knight. A lot of Smash 4 top tiers are underplayed. In ult. I remember there was a bit where like a couple of Corrin players were popping off. But I feel like that's kind of calmed down. Hello? Where's my amiibo scan? Yeah, Jasper. If you go to my YouTube channel, you can find Switch 2 Edition Speedrun. It's one of my latest, like, uploaded videos. Is a commentated run of it. Yo, it's a Puffy Crow. Welcome in. Right. I mean, what were the top tiers? There's like Bayo, Cloud, Zero Suit. Ow. That's pretty funny. Oh my goodness, I forgot about Diddy Kong. Chic? Holy. What did the tier list even look like? Well, you know, Smash for tier list. All right, list of the tier lists. First tier list. No, I want the like fourth tier list. December 11th, 2017. We've got S tier, Bayo, and then Cloud, Diddy Kong, Chic, Rosalina. Yep. Zero Suit, Fox, Sonic, Mario, Mewtwo, Marth, and Ryu. Holy, wait, Corrin? Top of B tier. Dang. Next to Lucina, Pikachu, Meta Knight, Lucario, Luigi, Captain Falcon, Peach. Interesting.
Svegliati.
Isn't it kind of crazy seeing like Marth is
Svegliati.
the higher tier than Lucina? Back in the day. And now nobody plays either.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo...
Hey, what's up, Z-Boy? Oh, for sure.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato
Dude,
sulla
I would be
mappa della
down
tua
for
tavoletta
Marth to be
sceicca.
good in ult. I mean, obviously I'm a Lucina player, but I feel like Marth's pretty fun to watch. Should always be slightly better than Lucina. Yeah. Because, like, there should be enough of a reward for having to space the tipper that it is worth it, you know? Putting in the extra effort. Alright, not bad. My best run was a 2304 from like 3 weeks ago or something. But I have gotten... Yeah, I wonder what that 2304 would have been if I had had the OLED. Because I was kind of playing really hot for a bit.
Ooh.
Yesterday I got a 2306 and a 2310, so like I feel like I'm getting there, but yeah, like today the runs have not been quite as stellar. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I think like within the next like week or so I should have a PB at least. I just need to brush up on that stuff a little bit more. Happy Friday indeed. I suppose it is now Friday. Any run could be the run. That is very true, yeah. It's like, I could play, and this happens from time to time, where I play, like, pretty poorly the whole day, and then I say to myself, okay, one more run. And suddenly, the pacers just don't stop. It just takes, you know, a run to, like, really get me fired up, and then from that point. Just gotta clutch up a little. Okay, a 58 from that is kind of criminal. Mashing that fast must hurt. Wait, do you mean like for BLSS? It doesn't like hurt. I think if I do it too frequently, like if I'm practicing BLSS, then, you know, it can get tiring, but it doesn't hurt. It's just like moving my arm pretty quickly. Also, you don't have to flick that fast. Okay, that was pretty good. Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna work, but I tried it anyway. Okay, we should be okay. Come on. 120. Oh, whatever.
Ooh. Hmm.
There's no way. Wait, that was incredible. He just shot the bomb. No way. Oh man. That is just unlikely, isn't it? That holy. I don't want to like flashbang though. The stream. So like I'm pretty sure what happened was I probably did the parry input and then crouched too early. So that's why the laser didn't hit my shield at all. But yeah, like the bomb exploded. I don't think I pressed L at all. Also, I don't think you can. Well, let's see. If I crouch canceled and managed to hit L, that would also blow it up. But I think the laser, because essentially a guardian laser is something that can detonate bombs because it's also ancient tech. Oh man, that's pretty funny. Yeah, so the thing that killed me was the bomb. All right. Well, anyway, the runs today were not the greatest, but that's fine. Whatever. We'll try again tomorrow. Manifesting better runs tomorrow. Exactly. We just need to manifest and then we'll get it. All right. Well, anyway, thank you all for watching. I will send you guys off to a slippery nip with the raid message. Good luck, raid. Like so. I don't know. Thank you all for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Give Slippery Nip some good luck on his 16-star grind. And yeah, I'll catch you guys next time. Bye.